Test. So like programming is a fool's errand. And as long as like I have the biggest checklist, I'll be the first whatever to like mark off every box. Yeah, I gotta work on that. Eventually it'll sound better. I don't, yeah, I need to get something done. So like the process, whatever, that's kind of like the whole shtick I have going right now. So I might as well like stream when it's like not the best time. Or I'm like working on something and it's like I don't know, yeah. Okay, so like nothing ever goes to plan. So you like make it up as you go. Or you just like give up like a little bitch. Okay, so like my original plan was like four states, whatever, pre-push, post-pop, whatever. Oh my god, this program is absolute trash. Just just trash, just absolute the definition of garbage. Just like 90% of all the other programs out there. So like I was gonna set up like this, and it's overly complicated, and it's just not worth it. So what I wanted was like to collect the text before the scope characters, and then have like a push stack where it holds everything pushed. And then inside of each of those stacks would be a new one of these, whatever. And then in the post here, store the test for that stack. So whenever something goes off the stack, it goes to the next stack level below it. That stack level is going to hold the closing, the test, whatever. Here. And they can like validate if the stack is whatever, correct, whatever. So this is like overly complicated and it's like mixing several things into like a confusing blob. So I switched it up. I'm gonna do a bit different. So instead of a stack, I'm calling it cake because cake has layers. And calling it a stack is like naming a dog. Like you can't name the thing what it is. Otherwise it's just confusing. So now I have like basically I'm like tired of this program. I cannot take it. I cannot fucking take it. Oh my god, I can't take it. And I gotta wait. I gotta wait. I gotta wait. I gotta wait and wait. And is it even saving? Oh, there it goes. Okay. I can't take it. I won't. I'm gonna use a different program. And that program will crash exactly the same as this one. Because there is so much software designed by people who don't know what the fuck they're doing. Absolutely zero fucks. They know nothing. Because if they did, this stuff would work. And it doesn't. This is not a functional fucking anything. Nothing works. I am tired of being a consumer in this ecosystem. I'm tired of like watering the garden in this shithole. This whole system is gonna crash. Literally a matter of time. It's fucking inevitable. And AI is amazing. It's gonna cause it to happen. Be the best thing ever. AI stuff, whatever, it like it creeps up and it's literally like I'm gonna like exploit, or AI is basically they're like we're going to exploit the general public, use every possible loophole legally, and pull off the biggest stunt. And it's just so stupid. It's like AI, whatever. And it's so boring. All right, so AI, what they do is they get the word, and then they get the word before it, and they get the word before that. So like the fat cat, a blue cat, a cat, and then the cat is a dog. I don't even know. I don't care. And then cat is its own, like it holds itself or whatever. So the fat cat, it's like cat and then fat and then the. So like the context or whatever for the word cat. So like next token prediction whatever. AI is like the biggest disappointment. And like, oh my god, I'm so disappointed. I am extremely disappointed with AI. I was expecting something slightly more complicated, or like I don't even I wasn't expecting something so pathetic. And then the lies. The fucking lies on the lies, lies. Oh, they do so much to fucking distort, twist, make it sound different than it is. It's pathetic. Alright, so like the word cat, whatever. We got fat, blue, and then the. Alright, so let's say you're typing a sentence. And you type the word the. Okay? And then you type the word fat, blue, or the. I wonder what is the next word in the sentence. Oh, could it be cat? And what if it's like cat as the first word? What are the odds it's going to repeat itself? Oh, there's like a 1 chance that it's going to repeat itself. Because it holds itself. Because that's always a possibility. I mean, like, this is pathetic. This is the dumbest shit ever, this AI stuff. And they talk about, oh, it's like a 3-dimensional space. I really don't care what the axes. Whatever direction, I don't care. But they're like, oh, it's like a 3-dimensional space where the word cat can mean different things depending on the context in the location inside the 3-dimensional space. Where cat is up here, and it's like different depending on the relative location to the other words. So like cat is like this far away from the word China. And then it means something different based on the context of it being this far away from the word potato. And then the AI has this super advanced, complex, really like sophisticated structure where it like picks the next token based off blah blah blah. You stupid, stupid, stupid fucks. You fucking took everyone's fucking data and you're selling it back to us. In the fucking algorithm, the algorithm itself. It's straight up encoded from the fucking data you took, you dumb fucks. It is structurally generated from what you stole. So like the Eminem song or like the SpongeBob song, if you're gonna pick an Eminem song or a SpongeBob song, you fucking took a trademark song, GPT, AI, Claude, whatever the fuck you wanna call it. You stupid fuckers, you took all this data, you call it training data. Oh, this is not fair use. It's not fair use at all. You guys are terrible pieces of shit. Just the worst. And then to like front, oh, we didn't take anything. It's fair use. It's pathetic. It's actually pathetic. It is so pathetic. In the like 3D models, oh, it's a 3D space, 3D geometry. In the made up explanations to explain something so simple. So basically like a Google search. This is straight up how Google, when you type something in, they predict what you're gonna type. It's the same fucking thing. AI is just a database. And it's not even fucking like, oh, it's so dumb. I'm so disappointed. I'm really, really disappointed. The deeper I get into it, the more disappointing it is. It is pathetic. It is absolute garbage. Okay, so anyways, I'm setting up this stupid parser thing. And I had to change my plan. I had to change programs because the other one's not working. That's not true. It does work and it doesn't work. I'm tired of it not working. So I'm gonna use this one. Until this one doesn't work, I'll use a different one. I really need to get my operating system done so I can get off this system. Because this system is fucked. It's so fucked. Alright, so instead of like 4 parts, I'm breaking it down to like 2 parts. Or 3 parts. I'm gonna have text like before the list, and then text after the list. And then the list is always going to contain another one of these nodes. Because when I have one, like data type or leaf type or whatever, so I have a type, not really a type or whatever you want to call it, a stack called cake. Because cake has layers. Just like the modern operating system, it's got layers. It's got layers and layers of garbage. On top of garbage, on top of garbage, on top of garbage, on top of garbage. It's garbage all the way down. If it wasn't, then it wouldn't stink so bad. And it stinks real bad. So I want it like this because when you're parsing or whatever, there's things in the text you don't care about or like don't really matter, like semicolons. So I want to like throw the semicolons in the to slot of this data structure, whatever, because they're just kind of there. Sometimes they matter, sometimes they don't, but they do define the end of like a statement or whatever expression. So they do have to be tested for. Except like yeah, they don't like affect I don't know, whatever. Someone like collect the text or make a stack of a scope. It's like 2 options, whatever. So whenever it makes a new node or leaf or whatever, it'll be made and then start from this one, this point or this point. And then this is this is like the fat, I guess. Because normally you gotta like cut the fat. Like OpenAI. What they do is they take the SpongeBob theme song. JavaScript is so bad. Can just open a website without the lag. Alright, so I gotta cut the fat. So what OpenAI does is they have text like SpongeBob theme song, whatever, and they do their training or whatever. Well, training is actually like the next step, not this step. Oh, there's so many steps. It's straight up, it's a hard R. I guess that's like a more polite way to say the R word, a hard R. So OpenAI gets all the words in the theme song for SpongeBob, and they get each word they like gather up how many words before it, which words before whatever. It's like pineapple. Same stuff as here, whatever. They collect all the words for their stuff, their AI, and then they strip away any like credit to where they got it from. So it has nothing to do with SpongeBob. They can't credit SpongeBob. They can't credit the website they took it from. But then it's called fair use. So the only reason they can claim fair use is because they cut the fat. Because if they didn't cut the fat, people would be like, "Hey, you're fucking stealing." So they gotta they gotta cut the fat. And they gotta like play games with like explaining the whole thing and like saying, oh, it's not stealing, and then try to like describe it away. But there's like no such thing as like the perfect crime. There really isn't. I mean, at some point you gotta pay for being like thieving bitches, whatever. Opening is pathetic. So is Claude or whatever the fuck it's called. And then there's like effective altruism, fucking cult or whatever. Oh, it's so stupid. Alright, so I want to like cut the fat or whatever. The main interest is the thing before the scope, and then the scope, and then whatever's after the scope. That's like the fat. Except they need to keep the fat. And then sometimes, based on the ordering, the fat might actually be the main part before the actual thing. So, the stack counter, I'm gonna like increment it by 2 every time instead of 1. I'm gonna have 2 domains, I guess. I have like the text domain or the message domain, and then the list domain where it's like things within a thing, like frames, or the block scope. That way, when it adds 2, alright, so if I do binary or floating point instead of like decimal, it'd be like 0, 0.0 and 0.5. Man, using decimal for like a stack counter would be really dumb. That'd be retarded. I mean, hard R. So I'm gonna like shift right and use 1 bit to indicate the in between state, whatever step. I'm not actually gonna do like 0.5, that'd be really stupid. Or like subtract 0.5 to go down 2 steps. Alright, so the stack or whatever. I have two domains or whatever, I guess. If that's even the right, I don't care. I have text and list or whatever, where it's like holding more frames or whatever. Oh, and then text here, whatever. So when it stacks as this or this, when it unstacks, I want to like hold it within the same stack step or whatever, or like count or whatever, because the text contains the list. So when it drops the stack, when it's like a node, it needs to drop back to the state. Not like drop the whole stack because it's still like in between the state that was before it or whatever. I haven't seen this anywhere else, so I don't think anyone else does this. Instead, they just make like a really shitty finite state machine where they have like a insert extra or like they have to undo, redo, undo, redo. I'm trying to set it up where like it does one pass and then the next pass could clean it up.
The stacking passes when stacking scope for like a FSM with push down or chmia or whatever. What is the most common technique to structure the leaves? Parser stack usually hold frames or nodes. Common patterns. AS node stack. Most common. Each scope push equals new node. Example.
This thing is the dumbest thing ever. It's just like outputting what I've been asking it. It's so stupid. This is so dumb.
You are literally only outputting what I recently asked to query info on. Do not respond based off my previous conversations. Respond in relation to actual programs and reference to the design techniques you are talking about. Real parsers compiler frontends usually do one these: recursive descent plus astarina, prat parser, LR parser tables, event stream plus green tree. What you asking? How leaf structured in scope push down FSM parsers. Most common today: token stream, parser stack events, arena allocated syntax nodes. Struct node, node kind, and span, small vec, node id, children. You lying fuck output how some tree sitter like systems how the tree sitter program organizes the output, specifically. You lying fuck output how some tree sitter like systems how the tree sitter program organizes the output, specifically is it node based with noded inside nodes or is it a flat fucking linear collection of tokens? Tree sitter uses tree nodes. Real tree. Not flat token array. Tree sitter CST roughly, source file function item. FN, identifier parameters. Comma, parameter identifier. Colon, primitive type. Comma, block. Comma, binary expression identifier. Plus, integer literal. Comma.
What kind of structure is this? I mean, what even? That's a list of the order of operations, not like the actual structure.
I swear to fucking fuck, this is not a data structure. This is a log out of a parser as it encounters things and poops them out to debug in a set. Yes. That output specifically, debug style serialized traversal dump, not actual memory layout.
This thing is getting dumber and dumber, and I am going to pull my hair out. I cannot take how stupid this AI is. It is getting. It wasn't even smart to start with. Yelling at GPT ain't gonna do it. We all been there, but I don't know. Sometimes yelling at it does work. So, yeah. Do you have like a better solution? Really, I should just like Google tree sitter and then look at it. You know, I'll just do that. I like yelling though. Oh my, it's not selecting. Oh, Safari's so broken. I haven't even looked at this yet. Just everyone talks about tree sitter. I don't even know what even.
Introduction. Tree sitter is a parser generated to land an incremental parsing library. It can build a concrete syntax tree for a source file and efficiently update the syntax tree as the source file is edited. Tree sitter aims to be general enough to parse any programming language, fast enough to parse on every keystroke in a text editor, robust enough to provide useful results even in the presence of syntax errors, dependency-free so that the runtime library, which is written in pure C11, can be embedded in any application.
Oh my god, it's actually C? Okay, that's actually very, very impressive. That's great. I actually mean that like unsarcastically, even though it sounds sarcastic. If like there are so many bad programs, if they were written in C without the plus plus, they'd still be bad programs. Except at least they went to like the stretch to be like, you know what, we're gonna stay in C. We don't need C++. Keep it simple. Keep it like dependency free. That is impressive.
Keep in mind that some of the bindings may be incomplete or out of date.
Oh, C sharp is like so bad. Is this HT? Is this what? Is this XML? This isn't C. Oh, it's in C sharp. Oh my god, that's a lot of work. Alright, so it's not a flat data structure then. TypeScript cursor. That's kind of fancy. It's what they save the position of how. reparse whatever parts around it. Alright, so like, how could you like solve the problem but then like still have the problem? You know what, doesn't matter. It's a text file. Or actually, they did kind of solve it. The problem is the text file in general. The whole concept of like getting the individual characters and then generating a data tree. And then still having this state makes no sense. Once it goes to that state, it should just stay in that state. That might be what they're doing though. Because if you're like typing in a place, and it only like affects a certain chunk, that might be why it's called tree sitter. Alright, I'm gonna shut up. Okay, what does a node look like in the tree? Why cast it to an int? When it should already be an int. I'm gonna try GPT.
Okay, this int so equals int cursor current node dart start offset. What is the struct for the node that the dart start offset member func is being called on?
Is it gonna bullshit me, really? Oh, man.
That node, usually wrapper around opaque tree C node, real C struct. Type def struct, Un-32T context. 4, const void ID, const ts tree ts node.
Oh, this is pointer hell. Even the ID is a pointer. Oh my god. That's not an ID. If the... Okay. Really, I can't pick. I called handle the briefcase. So I can't really pick on, like, the naming of things. So all the parts or whatever that make up the leaves of the thing being parsed, I need like a handle to just hold them. I don't know what to call it, so I called it a handle. I should have called it kit and caboodle, because this is a whole kit and caboodle. That's a lot to type though. So I didn't do that. There's so many pointless decisions. Just trying to get to where you're trying to get to. It's like I just want to be done, I just don't care. So I make this handle thing. I'm gonna get to programming and like, yeah. Pick up where I left off. Nothing went to plan. Switching it all up. So make a new handle. And that's like the whole actual briefcase of all the stuff inside of it. Not just handle, it just freaking picks up every single thing. And then that's what it is. So it's just a glob for the current file. So I do LLK, because that's like what it's called, whatever.
Recursive descent parser. FLL, K, grammars.
And I kept the K, because I don't know, like the depth or whatever. So I'll just LLK works, that works. And it works. Because it just needs a name. Oh, I hate everything. Except your mom.
Exists some positive integer k that allows a recursive descent parser. A cursive descent parser to decide which production to use by examining only the next k tokens of input.
So technically I think that varies. So let's leave it as K. So I got the handle, I made a new one with this. Oh, this is, I want to be done. And then the grammar. That's CL language, whatever. Or like, tokens, keywords, symbols that like define the scope in the file or language. So like grammar try, I don't know, I gotta like set this up. So I'll put like C language, assembly, whatever kind it is in here once I get more in. And then this is the file to pass in to parse. So call run or whatever. I gotta refactor it still. So the grammar, this is a loop where I loop through, find all the tokens that match, and make sure they're in the list of tokens to find. And then I make a bit mask, and then I guess like a hash table, whatever. It probably sucks right now. I gotta like make a better one. So I can like check based on the character or two characters if it needs to enter or if it's even like a character of interest or whatever. So it can skip a bunch of the characters if it's like set up better. If they're not the ones that are being looked for. And this is the main loop where it loops a file. And I think I'm gonna have like four, not states or whatever, but like signals or something. Functions to call based on the character. And then they transition to the other ones based on the current state or whatever. So like when it puts a node on the stack. I'm adding +2 because I want to like I want to stack and then retain within the stack after the scope closes. Because if it finds text before the actual like scoping that stacks, that goes before the list of nodes that holds. And then when it's a list of nodes, there's either text before it. If it's not like a closing to the opening, or it's like text after it. I mean, this is hard to explain. So if this is like the same inner expression, this is like text before, this is scope. That's closing scope, and then this is like text after. This is a new scope. So like the frame or whatever. The keyword while is here, and then it stacks to the next scope, so it makes a node inside the list. And then that stacked frame is here. And then that contains a closing scope here. So I need to drop the stack, because that's the closing to the outer scope. Actually, I want to drop the stack to the current stack. I want to like stay at that level. So if I subtract 1 or whatever from the counter, if I'm adding 2 each time, it's kind of like 0.5. So I want to subtract like 0.5, but really you would never do that. That'd be insane to use floating point like that. It would fuck shit up. In testing for like equality of a floating point number. Oh my god. So this way, like, I would subtract 1 to drop the stack, but still be within like 0 of that level of stacking. And then when it hits another thing, I would add +2 whatever, or basically like just clip the bottom bit off for this 0-1 state and ignore it, and then it starts again at like the next stack level whatever. And then when this one drops, whatever, it'll still stay in the same level. So if another stack starts, it'll be in the same stack level, whatever. So this way, like, it'll stack, it'll go up halfway down, and then stay at that level, and then up and down, up, down. But not actually drop until it's already dropped at the down level. So like two-stepping it, that doesn't make sense, but whatever. So I want to like two-step the stack. And then the only time that it ever drops for the closing text will be for the very end of the list or whatever. Because it has to be text before, a node before, or text after. And then it'll also be a text after if it's between but not the last one, but it's stacked, not on the bottom stack. Stack, yeah. I hate Windows. I hate Windows so much. I really hate Windows. Windows is so bad. So I need more caffeine. I'm just gonna get something done. So I don't know, everything like is different. It was way too complicated at first. This way I'm breaking it down to like smaller pieces or whatever. And when it's done, I'll like paste it in the description, whatever. Because I made a JavaScript engine like 9 years ago. So I don't know, I made an engine, JavaScript engine, like 9 years ago. It's like way faster than Chrome. Like Chrome is so fucking slow. And I need a lexical parser or whatever level to pass into my engine to run it. Because I'm not going to deal with like this parsing shit. So I'll keep it as like two separate layers, whatever. Where there's a parser, it prepares everything, makes like a structured data table, and then there's like the engine. Because my engine, I need to like insert it like in between every single place I can. And the only way to do that is to like leave the current existing environment and then make like a translation layer. And then this will add that layer, whatever. Because there's lots and lots of devices that run JavaScript. And all these devices, they're run by businesses. And businesses, they need to make money. And the way you make money is by not wasting time on like slow languages or electricity. So like all these things, they run JavaScript.
Desktop apps. Many major desktop apps use Electron, Visual Studio Code, Discord, Slack, Postman, Obsidian, Microsoft Teams. Whole desktop UI equals HTML, CSS, JS. Smart TVs. Many TV interfaces. Samsung Tizen apps. LG WebOS apps. HTML plus JS apps internally. Netflix TV apps heavily JS-based. Car dashboards. Some infotainment systems. Embedded Chromium. JS UI layers. React-based dashboards. Parts of Tesla UI stack use web tech, ATMs, kiosks, many airport kiosks, self-checkout systems, restaurant ordering systems, run Chromium plus JS app full screen, streaming devices, Roku channels apps, smart TV apps, set-top box UIs, often JS driven, medical systems, hospital dashboards, scheduling systems, monitoring UIs, frequently browser app, local Electron shell, node backend, aircraft systems, not flight critical control, but maintenance tools, cabin entertainment, scheduling dashboards, often web stack, game launchers, Steam web components, Battle.net, Epic Games Launcher, large JS UI layers, embedded devices, routers, admin panels JS, printers, web dashboards JS, security cameras, config UI JS, NAS systems, Synology QNAP interfaces, giant JS apps, IDES developer tools, massive ecosystem, AS tooling, parsers, bundlers, transpilers, written in JSTS, Babel, ESLint, Prettier, TypeScript compiler, even parsing other languages, servers. People forget Node.js runs, APIs, auth systems, chat servers, streaming infra, build systems, automation, entire companies backend JS now, weird places, casino machines, digital billboards, subway train displays, hotel TVs, crypto wallets, drone control dashboards, robot UIs, industrial monitoring systems.
So these all run JavaScript. The list is bigger than that. So I need this layer separate from this layer. All of them. They would all benefit and make more money with a faster, more efficient JavaScript engine. Each and every one of them. So if I have things set up with the translation layer, like this, whatever, and my JavaScript assembler is in between, or engine parser, not parser though, whatever you want to call it, JavaScript engine assembler. If I can like, and I will, get right in between there, I'm not only going to be taking companies' places, I'm going to be leaving companies on the curb where they belong with nothing. I mean, I'm going to take their place and then leave them with nothing. That's the plan, at least. Nothing ever goes to plan, so there might be like some middle in between. But that's how I see things playing out. Because you can't run a business with like shit. Well, you can. You can actually run a business, and nobody enjoys it. How much does a website cost? How much does it cost to develop a website? Can you even afford a website? And if you could, would it be worth what you pay for? These are all like fundamental questions, and everything is so flawed and fucked and just terrible. Some systems, they need to die so new ones can sprout. So I'm gonna make sure to like accelerate that process. As long as I keep going, it's gonna happen. It's fucking inevitable. That's a whole lot of spots to take. And every single one is gonna be mine. Or what I would assume. I mean, people have choice. You could run the shitty V8, or you could run my engine. And it does depend on how much faster my engine is also. Oh, it's so much faster. So I don't know anyways. I gotta get some caffeine. I can get something done. I can get back to JavaScript. I can get this parser done. So I need this parser as a layer to translate things into the engine. And this is so boring. I'm going to convert this to assembly after. I'm going to compare assembly to Node.js. I want to see the difference in speed. Oh, this would be a huge difference. I'm going to like make a file or find files from the internet. Maybe from like the tree sitter files for the tree sitter program. Copy paste them, make a new folder, whatever. Just run a bunch of files, parse them, and then I'll compare JavaScript to Node.js. And see which one can finish the most files fastest. So if I write it in assembly, this parser or whatever, and I get like a freaking like 200% speed boost, if I write this stupid thing in assembly, and it's like 200 times faster, meaning it does 200 files compared to Node.js that does one file in a folder, that means it's 200 times faster. So that's just like a simple parser that I'm testing right now when I get it, when I rewrite it, whatever. So like if I write this stupid parser or whatever, this top layer, and it's like 200 times faster than Node.js. It might not be. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. I don't know how much faster at all. But if it is, after I do it, I'm gonna like, I want to test, I want to know. Without like even super optimizing it. If I can get like a lexical parser on a first try in assembly beat Node.js by a certain percentage amount, like if the whole JavaScript engine was in JavaScript. I mean, if the whole JavaScript engine was in assembly, which it will be when I'm done, I mean, it'd be like equal performance compared whatever. So if I like write the lexical parser in Node.js like I'm doing right now, and then I convert it to assembly, and I run it. And if I have a folder and I have all the files to test, and there's like files in a folder, if the assembly program can do more files than the Node.js program, it means it's that much faster. So my JavaScript assembler will potentially be around that much faster or faster because I'm not optimizing the assembly when I write it. I'm just going to write it up and test it. But it gives a little bit of like a glimpse of to like how much faster my assembler JavaScript engine is than Node.js. Well, it's not in assembly yet. It's in C, except the shit I had to go through to get C to output the assembly I wanted in the crappy fucking compiler. It might as well be an assembly, but it's still not. It's still in C basically. So I'm gonna go down to assembly though when I get back to the JavaScript engine. And then like someone could argue like, well, you know how to write programs for computers. Of course it's gonna be faster when you're in assembly. And it's like, well, duh. I know how to write programs for computers, and I'm good at assembly. Of course it's faster. So what exactly does Chrome know? Do they not know how to write a program? Do they not know how a CPU works? I mean, they know how advertising works. They know how to like collect a bunch of people and then make money off selling them stuff for free. That's not really free. It's like Google's good at everything except what they're supposed to be good at, because they're not even a tech company. They're a bunch of dumb fakes, and they're a bunch of hard R's, basically. There's so many people that are gonna feel so stupid. They're gonna feel so dumb when I get this engine out and I take all their places. Feels so stupid. Oh, it's gonna be awesome. Alright, so I'm gonna get this done, hopefully. I'm gonna try to just like throw it together and get it running. I have a better idea of how like, yeah. Does this still build? Yes. Does this run? I want to get back to the video card stuff. This is so boring. So I'm gonna like shut up, get some caffeine, and then get this done. Or at least that's the plan. Nothing goes to plan. Everything sucks, except your mom. Wait, that was a compliment. Okay, never mind. Like, your mom jokes are not supposed to be a compliment. Your mom sucks. Alright, now that's kind of mean. I'm gonna shut up now. I need some more caffeine. I need to get something done. So this is the file to parse. It contains this. So it should open the file and log that. Here. So the grammar blob of the language sparse is here. This is where it gets the tokens and makes a list of all the tokens needed and makes them in like a bigger list. And it's like, these are the tokens needed. Yada yada. So I need to remove this one, this one, this is. I need to stop stalling and get something done. I need these two. So I need to make a new grammar blob with only these two characters. This is so boring. So I'm gonna work with the smallest possible language or whatever to parse. Just like stack, push, pop, push, pop, push, pop. And then after this, I'll add more complexity. Like an if or something. And then the if will end up inside this. And then the list scope will be in here. And then this case won't occur. Until I get more states in here, or like, not states, like more text or whatever. Like if I put this here, then that's gonna occur, that last state with the text. So I'll set up a test language or grammar with just these first, and then these. And then I'll add more scope later. Because there needs to be something in the if, but it doesn't matter, I don't care. And I'll do this. It's like the next grammar or whatever, and then I'll do this. And then yeah. Kinda like in art or whatever, design, you do like dot line, size, shape, color, whatever, scale. You work your way up from like one thing to the next thing. This is programming, not art. But whatever. Grammar is spelled with an A. That makes no sense. It does not smell. It does not sound. Smell. Spell. Sound. It does not sound like grammar. That's like grammar. I hate spelling. Man, this is so damn boring. Oh my god, this is so boring. I can't take it. It is so freaking hot outside. I cannot stand. God. So I'll make these four here. And then pick this one first. This grammar, and I'll pick the other one, the other one, the other one. I have the other one up there as backup. And then inside the loop where it's parsing it, I gotta set up the transition tree or control flow, whatever. So I'll set it up for just scope first and then work my way up to having the rest of it. So just this first, whatever. Yeah. Then I'll have a completely table-based finite state machine parser thingy-majiggy. And I'll convert this to assembly after. Just for like shits and giggles. Because it should be so much faster, even on like a first try, without like super optimizing and all that. JavaScript is terrible. It is so slow. So now I got like 4 different grammar blocks or whatever. This is so boring. Parse for this first, then this. Then this and this. So there's like the state, the bind, the match, the rule, the action. I forgot about the rules. Based on the match. So I'm gonna ignore this part for now. And just get matching for this, and then I'll get this, and then whatever, and then I'll deal with this. Yeah. I'm surprised it didn't break. That means something's probably gonna break somewhere else at another time. It's to be like, damn it. I wish something would have broke. And I could be like, hey, I can fix it, and then I'm good for the next step. But instead, it looks like it's working. Which means something might be silently broken. Because these are empty. So I guess technically I could ignore it. And I wasn't checking the rule yet. So that's also not an issue. So I need to like, I need empty states or empty calls supported to pass in nothing. If there's nothing, I need to make sure the loops are checking for the nothing cases, the nothing burgers, to make sure they skip the nothing case intentionally. Because right now it's just like, it happens to work. But as I get all the states in place, it's gonna break. So I guess nothing's broken yet. This is the file. That's the text. This is so boring. It opened the file, it printed it, and these are the only 2 characters in the grammar library thing. So I need to like get this set up running. That's the plan. Nothing goes to plan. Ever. I need more water. So freaking hot. So I have like a state and then a binding or whatever in a tree. So the state contains different bindings, and the bindings select different or alternate so like if these are like the base states or whatever, and I give it like different like tiers or whatever. Then everything in this row needs to count for only that row. Then everything in this row is always the second row. And the third row, and then nothing in here. So in like these places or whatever, put in like placeholder states or whatever. So it does the parsing based on the tier level or whatever. So like it can do a match and then advance to the next binding state. Or the one after it, whichever one that it's supposed to match up with. Except it always starts from like the base state. So like in like a multi-choice game, where you pick an option and you pick another option, usually they're not actually a bunch of different outcomes. That's kind of like this, where like it picks an option and then it gets to like a different set of options based on the last options picked, and they're all grouped in the binding inside the different states. Yeah. So the frame. And the stack, which I call it the cake because it has layers. And calling it a stack is like calling a dog a dog. A stack is a stack, so I'm calling it a cake. Or it doesn't even matter, I don't care. So I need to make sure it's set to this state, the frame inside the cake. And then this binding. And then that way, it'll pick the grammar, library, whatever. Pick this state. And then this binding. And there's nothing in here. But there is in here. So if it doesn't match a state, then it goes to the next state. So it's not going to find any matches in these, so they go to this one, follow through whatever this one. And then when it finds this match, it's this binding. And then to find the closing for this binding. I would probably need this to be empty if I'm going to use follow through logic. Or not. Oh, that's annoying. I gotta like... Huh. Yay, more choices to make. Hooray. Whoop-de-doo. As long as those are set to the current stack or whatever, the state and the binding, it'll pick the correct key bank to look for, and it'll match this key to the file here. And they can add a bunch of these and just make sure it's like working correctly. Then I can add more complexity. And there's like a whole bunch of like side cases and stuff I gotta look out for. So I'm gonna like avoid all those like extra things and just like get it running and then deal with that stuff after and figure out on the go. And just get this done. That's the plan, nothing goes to plan. Ever, so whatever. Alright, so like the way scope works, it's pretty simple. There's an opening scope, and then there's a closing scope, because it's a pair. Open, close. It's so simple. Except like the number of like software exploits because people don't know how to like parse for scope because they're hard R's. It makes it seem like it's not that simple. I mean, like the software itself, it's buggy, it's full of holes. But when the parsing is fucked up also, it's like, are you kidding me? The software itself is gonna have bugs. But even at the parsing level, you can't even get that right. Are you fucking kidding me? And it's not a joke. Security is so serious, but it's treated like a joke. What a world. Like, oh my god, everything's so dumb. Okay, so anyways, it's really not that difficult. Opening, closing, scope. And then I guess there's like escape characters. That's a big one. That's like bites people in the butt all the time. So I could split it up. I want to reduce the number of cases. I don't want to end up with like a big ass tree of like all these possible fucking whatever. Kind of like this stuff. Where did I put it? Oh, this computer's so slow. Oh my god, it's so slow. What is happening? Just work. Alright, so this is like the same domain or whatever as what I'm dealing with.
(7.1) Non-deterministic push-down automata.
What?
Non-deterministic.
Non-determined.
Non-deterministic. Non-deterministic.
Man, text-to-speech blows.
From a theoretical standpoint, non-deterministic push-down automata are capable of recognizing context-free languages. However, from a practical standpoint, they are of little interest. Nevertheless, the implementation of a non-deterministic push-down automaton helps to illustrate how search can be implemented both recursively and iteratively. The code listing below contains two versions of the accepts method. The first, commented out, is the recursive version with an accept suffix nested function much like the non-deterministic NFA from Chapter 2. The second version of accepts is an iterative version which maintains a stack of unexplored instantaneous descriptions.
Damn. That's complicated. This could be broken down to such just as complicated but smaller steps. Yeah, no, it'd still be complicated.
The successor function, for the completed item set in an LR0 state, the successor function builds a set of next LR0 states. Assume in an item associated with some LR0 state. Then there is a transition from to a state containing the item. Again, the algorithm for building the LR0 machine proceeds by finding all the successors of an LR0 state. If any of these successors are new states, they are added to the stack of unexplored states. This stack is popped repeatedly, finding successors for the unexplored states until the stack is empty.
That sounds like an oversimplification.
The LR0 state class and its components. The code for LR0 states includes an LR0 state class. Each LR0 state is composed of one or more LR0 items. Each LR0 item is a production with a dot on the right-hand side. The classes for all three, LR0 state, LR0 item, and production are all included in the code here. Composed of one or more LR0 items.
AI is literally it's the fucking compiler. Not compiler, freaking. Oh, it's so stupid. It's called a large language model. What does LL stand for again? But it's literally this. It's not grammars, it's tokens. God. AI is like they took a pig and they put lipstick on it. Kind of like your mom. This seems error prone and like icky.
Class production, definite, self, ID, LHS ID equals none, RHS equals return value equals self ID equals ID, self RHS equals list, RHS, self LHS ID equals LHS ID, self return value equals returned value, self DNTS equals none.
Well, actually, well, I don't know. I gotta stop saying your mom. It's not that funny. I need to stop stalling. Alright, this is more like parser stuff. Not the stacking of the scope.
The machine starts by pushing the state identifier and the goal identifier onto the stack as a tuple. Then it proceeds as follows, looping until the accepting state is found. Peek at the top of the stack to find the state ID, RHS symbol. Pair, if a token is needed, then get a token from the scanner. Examine the token and the current state to determine if there is a transition on the token to a new state. If so, then push the new stated token pair onto the stack. This is called a shift operation. If there is no transition from the given state on the given token, then look for an item with a look-ahead set containing the item. If an LR0 item is found whose look-ahead set contains the token, then reduce by popping the length of the right stack.
So here.
3. Examine the token and the current state to determine if there is a transition on the token to a new 3 state. If so, then push the new stated token pair onto the stack. This is called a shift operation if there is no transition from the given state on the given token.
Then it'd be an error in my case. I should have read this stuff earlier. It might be useful. Except not really. I'm tired of doing the same stuff over and over and over in different ways.
Does the language have tuples?
I'm not going to say wrong.
Does C language have tuples? Plain C, non C++?
I have never used tuples. Well, I think I did once or twice where I'm like, what the fuck is a tuple? That's why I have never used tuples.
No, plain C, no tuple type. Closest.
Wow, that's fancy. Just freaking abstract away what a freaking like struct is, and then it's like, hey, it's a tuple. It's not a struct, it's a tuple.
Struct pair int x int y.
It almost seemed, tuples almost seemed magical. Just like AI. It's like, oh, it's artificial intelligence. No, it's actually some form of like LLK parser designed by people who are not intelligent, because they had to take all the intelligence that they used to actually make the data tree and the weights from other people's data, and they call it fair use. If you put lipstick on Sam Altman, you know what? Whatever. Because he's a pig.
3. Complete the 3 calculator project, which can be done
Like your mom. An animal.
This project is an
In bed. Except I don't sleep, so I don't know what that's like.
This project is an infix calculator with a one memory location. The primary purpose of this project is to implement the scanner and the pass.
This is like the world's best wallpaper. I think sharks, they do sleep. I wish it wasn't so blurry. Man, getting like something is fucked up with the video containers in like video compression. I mean, like we have these fucking video formats, and it's like they don't exist because nothing fucking converts to anything. Holy fuck. It's like the best wallpaper ever. That is awesome. I'll just leave this on, it's pretty fancy. But it's like so low res. God, that's fucking creepy. Oh, that's so terrifying.
The scanner and the parser. That is push-down automaton. The project gives you the finite state machine and the LALR1 machine. Your job is only to write the get token method of the scanner and the parse method of the parser. You can do this incrementally, writing the get token method first. If you change the calculator pi main function to create the scanner and then construct a while loop to get all the tokens from the input until you encounter the EOF, indo file, token. The finite state machine of the scanner and the LR0 machine with looker heads is provided below for your reference but is already provided in the project download as coded in both CalcScannerPy and CalcPySciPy. Interacting with the calculator works like this.
So I asked Chatbot to make a table that's used for like AI stuff. It's literally a large language model. Or a large, whatever the fuck it, LLK, whatever. It's like straight up. They turned, I think, floats into like. I got like most of it figured out. There's so many fucking layers. It's not AI, it's pathetic. It's not 30 FPS or even 60. Oh, whatever. I just want to get a video, put it as a wallpaper and be done. But no, I gotta like convert this, convert that, figure out why this doesn't run, encode that, decode that, put it in here, run that. Oh.
The minimal DFA created for the regular expressions is. The start state is 0, state on class go to accept.
It's basically the same thing I'm doing. So state 0, S goes to 10, Semicolon goes to 3. Where's 3? 3 is a times. Then what? Oh god. This is not... It's not a finite state machine. It's over-glorified spaghetti code. You know what? Technically, I guess maybe it is. It's not a machine though, it's like, it's a go-to. And the audio stopped working. Dang, this is minimal. Minimal. It's 362 lines for minimal. Wow, that's minimal. Are there duplicates? Oh god. This is a maintenance nightmare. Holy fuck. Got the same look at it in 11 places. The compiler would actually be able to, like, refactor this down. They're constructing it piece by piece by piece. Alright, so this is actually like straight up push down automata. Or is it autonoma? Autonoma? Automata? And it is a finite state machine. There's a finite number of states. But it's more like a stack machine. So I don't know, whatever. So like instead of this, we're reconstructing it piece by piece by piece. Hopefully this works. If it doesn't work, I'm going to have to rewrite it, so hooray. Since it's like it has to have start and an end, whatever, because I'm doing scope. This though does account for like the whole thing, not just the scope. I want to get the scope separate and then deal with the rest of it. So since it's like two parts, whatever, I'm gonna like, I guess, I need to save this to a variable in the grammar tree or whatever. I don't know. The binding or whatever, for like the state that it is when it finds a match. So I can like change the rules based on the scope or whatever. I want that to remain the same between the states. Otherwise, I end up with like 4 times duplicates. So when it does a search, I think I'm gonna try to set it up to I guess I'll use an if else. Because it like loses a state between each step. So I need to like encode it, but I can't really encode it without more steps. So if I check the state that it is, then I can do the opposite. So if it's like this state is A, B, C, or D, I can check if the state is less than C, less than or equal to C, or less than D. Less than equal to C, I'll do that. Because there always needs to be at least one open state. And then 0 is not less than 0. So if I do less than or equal to, but there has to always be an end state, so I'll do, you know what, whatever. I'll check what it is, and then that determines what it has to be. So if it ends up being like below the midpoint, if these are states, and then these three are checking for openings, oh my god, it's just like AI. Where I go left node, right node. Oh, it's the same exact thing. It's basically it's practically machine learning, a technique that incorporates a set of if-then rules. Wow, look at that. I'm making a deep state neurological network. Oh, these people are fucking stupid. Oh, it's so annoying. It is so annoying. If-then rules are not machine learning. Machine learning is not if-then rules in a data tree structure to predict a single numeric value. That's not machine learning, people. Fucking dumb, stupid, lying pieces of like, oh my god. The extent of making it sound more fancy than it actually is and trying to make it sound like something it's not is so stretched. It's so fucking stretched. It is ridiculous. So it's like left child, right child, or whatever. Not, but basically it's machine learning. Yeah, totally, it's machine learning. Because that's what we do in 2026. We have machines that can learn, designed by super intelligent people. Yes, very, very intelligent people. Alright, so I need to set this up. I hope this will work. It should work. Kind of makes sense. So if I put the if statement here, then I can check if it's currently in this case, or if it's in this case. And since an opening has a closing, I can check when it's in the opening case for this case. And when it's in the closing case, if it matches the opening case. So if the current state is less than the state midpoint, then it has to enter this case here. Do a raycast, find all possible char codes of interest. And the char codes of interest are here in this table. So these two. Because I set up the file with only two right now. So I'll test for this eventually, but first I want to test for this. And then I'll test for this or whatever, and then I'll add more conditions, whatever cases. So raycast, find all the possible char codes of interest. And then when it gets a match, it means it's some kind of scope relation. So if it was like most is C or like all of it, it looked kind of like this, but this isn't even all of it. It would look for these. But right now it's only looking for these. Alright, so after that, then it's gonna do, get the index of them. And then evaluate the table. Whatever the lowest character found is the closest one to the current position. Yeah, no, this is complicated. I'm gonna work in little chunks at a time. And if it's greater than the midpoint, do a raycast. I guess this is every time actually. And it doesn't matter what the current if statement is or condition, it needs to just always do this. Get the collection of characters based on the current state, because the current state is the current state, and whatever needs to be found, and then evaluate in here. In the if or the else. Oh my god, I gotta make a separate list for every man. I might as well just go character by character. But I already have it set up this way, so I'm not gonna do that. I'll make the function called that then, raycast. Oh, there's so many parts to it. I'm trying to keep it stupid simple. That's stupid. So the span type. I'm almost done. There's just a couple of things to iron out and then freaking done. Let's do raycast. Even though it's looking for chars, not like ray points. Or it's not, no, whatever. So I need a, for the span type, object that has functions for this kind of type or whatever. That's not really a type, but like whatever. It has the same properties as all the other things that I made of that object kind. So for that, make a thing called a raycast. So span type, raycast, pass in position count to pick the position within the span. I'll make the function after I set it up. I'm not sure what I want to do. I need to pass in position, I need to pass in the grammar. The count's not really needed for this part. The length of the span's already known because it's tied with the object. So I guess just the position's needed. I need the grammar library. Or whatever, not really library. But whatever grammar's used. It's a lot to pass in. And really specific. So I'll pass like a key value object instead. So instead of like doing a look ahead, whatever, but really not the same exact thing. Oh, I need some freaking. My throat is so dry. Yeah, no, it's the same thing as this. Same exact thing. But instead of like defining all the impossible cases, I'll just like leave them out and then have an error. Throw an error and then whatever. And then if it's like actually not an error, I'll add that case. So if like the current state is a less than the midpoint, enter here. Use the raycast that's checked for either or, whichever if else case it is, above or below the midpoint. And if the current state is greater than or equal to the midpoint, the match basically has to exist because it has to exist to close the block. Otherwise, there'd be no opening block if there wasn't a closing block for it. I think I think I might need like another value. Like a carry status or something. So like carry a state. If it doesn't match the expected state, but it is a closing state but not what's expected, then it's an error. So maybe just a fucking bit field. And then set some pins and say like, yeah. So it enters, and then it tries to find a match. So with this, it looked like it would check for preprocessor matches. So look for the preprocessor block here in the start bind in the state A, and then the rules. All that stuff, right? This stuff I gotta get to after. So if it doesn't find this preprocessor symbol, if it's in the bind state or bind whatever enum, it needs to only check the bind enum, this whatever block, not here. So it only checks the state and then exactly the freaking binding. If it's not in the binding, then it goes to the next one, next state. So then state B. If it's not preprocessor, then it checks for this and this. And that means it's a block. Man. I need 2 midpoints. So check the states up to the midpoint. And if none of these match and doesn't even enter, it means there's nothing to parse. Or there's no scope at least. If it does enter, then it has to match both scopes, and then set the state. So these need to hold the state. And that's basically the action. Oh, this is complicated. Except they should be able to support any generic language, which is what I need, because I hate making parsers over and over and over and over. I should be able to load this up with a different table, different whatever, and it'd be solid. Unlike 90% of the code out there. Or like 99 actually. The state machine's not the fastest either. Except I don't, just gotta get it, I just need solid. This is the action for the else of this. For this test, it's else case. So when it enters the first whatever here, set the else case here. So should I name this to else instead of action? So the carry is the else case may need to know which one it came from. State to carry. So the carry state so the action to apply when it's done, like dropping the stack, I guess. It may need to like encode or carry with the encoding. The start of message, start of block, end of message. So I think that's full circle. I think I went around and around and around and around. And that's still not even everything. Because when it stacks or whatever, depending on like if the frame or whatever, if the frame is like a text block or like a list block or whatever, it affects how like the stack counter goes up and down. So it depends on the previous state before it, except that's not part of the table. Because if I make it part of the table, then the table gets even bigger. It has to be a whole bunch of fight, and then it'll look like this. Even though it already kind of looks like this. Yeah, no, it does look like this. Except this one's like freaking like 362 lines, so I want to try to keep it as minimal as possible. Because this basically does look like this, just without the go-to. What I call it. Having like a waste time memorize shit is such a waste of time. I think that's like 90% of it. Probably not, hopefully. I need more caffeine. This is way too simple. Oh, this is so much fun. Like, just so much fun. If the closing can't be the same as the opening. Damn. Strings. Lots of fun. This is so much fun. I'm just gonna figure out on the go. This, though, way too simplified. And I gotta restart the Mac because the audio died. Well, parts of the audio, some of it's working, some of it's not. Somehow the music is. Oh, the audio's working. But it's delayed. Let's save a screenshot. Oh, the audio stopped working again. Or it's delayed. Maybe it's always working, but it's like extremely delayed. Is that what's happening? You know what, whatever. I don't know what fucking. Everything's garbage. So as a chatbot, what percent, if you had to guess, security vulnerabilities and exploits are due to parsing and a lack of correctness in what is being parsed and how and for? So it's a huge amount, probably plurality. Industry estimates, rough, blah 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 blah. So over 50%. The year is 2026. It's 2020. It's not 1950s. We're in 2026. 2026. C language has been out for how long? Like, I think 69 years actually. Oh, 54. C language isn't even C language. It was fucking stolen from CPL or whatever. Or is it CMPL or CTPL? C language is bullshit. And then that guy never gets credit for his language. Like, never. And then, like, that's what we're gonna base it off of. Apparently, a bunch of old people know what it is. I don't know, whatever. How the hell do you spell phenomenon? And like only 60%? I don't know. So hard R, R's, whatever, is like a nicer way to say, since everyone's so offended. Alright, so for 54 years, people have been reusing languages and making new ones. Since like it's a new language, it's gonna be better. And code is such slop that the expertise and quality is so damn low, the parser confusion still occurs. And that is stated, no. Stated. And is as you stated, at least 60%, meaning that is above 50%, so statistically it is not random, but an actual phenomenon that occurs when a bunch of hard R's are creating software. Like straight up hard R's. Like gotta be really slow, real slow. This should not be a thing. It shouldn't. If you don't know how to parse code, who put you to the job? And who's paying for that? And if someone's paying you to do a job you can't do, why is that even happening? There's no way that there's like not enough expertise to go around. So like what the hell? Are you fucking kidding me? But it's not a joke. Nope. Seems like it is. Like holy fuck. It says, but yes, parser confusion, absolutely systematic, not random. Reason, everyone's stupid. It says it's not because everyone's stupid. If it's not because people are stupid, then what is it? Oh, it's the complexity. Okay. So people are too stupid for the complexity. If they're too stupid for the complexity, I guess we just leave it to AI because that's even stupider. And it's not even complex. It's not complex. It's very, very simple. It's you run a compiler, it does the basic shit, the old fashioned bullshit, whatever you call it. It does this, it does that. It's been doing the same thing for years and nothing's changed. Nothing has fucking changed. The whole thing's run by a bunch of really, really stupid people. It's not everyone. It's the ones making the decisions. Stupid. And lazy and expensive. It's really expensive to not be stupid. So I guess it's like cost efficient, I guess, in the end or whatever. It's not cost efficient to make a website or like to pay someone to make a website. So it's not the reason everyone's stupid, it's because it's too expensive to maintain the stack, so they get lazy. Then everyone else pays for it in being exploited or software crashing because it's cheaply paid for via ad revenue and other non-honest data collection of consumers. To get the ball rolling, not running, rolling. And then call this shithole called tech environment, and then developers pay in time, and people who want websites or things developed, they pay in money for overpriced turds, or they don't pay because they can't afford shit. Such an expensive dump. It's time, whatever big tech needs to pay, or they can just be superseded by some competitor with faster, more secure, highly efficient shit as the shit, not shit like this shit. And they're not going to pay for anything. They're not going to update anything because nothing's changed. Nothing has changed at all. It doesn't have to change actually. It can just stay the same. Just stay how it is and it will. And that's where it's going to be. It's where it's going to end up and it's just going to stay there and then everything else will go past it. It says partially economics, yes. A lot of software today is it's not optimized. There's no optimization. And if it's designed for economics, which economics? The people with the money, the people that are paying the money. Cults are very stupid things, like the fucking Freemasons and shit. Everything's so dumb. Currency, money, banks, flow, make it rain. Just fucking retards. Alright, it's like the dollar bill, okay? This is funny. Right here. It's like they throw in God we trust. Because, like, really, you gotta trust in God with these people running this show. Real funny. Freaking sprinkled with the cult, like, literally, it's like, hey, from the people who brought you the pyramids, the people who are running this system, the people running that system, the classic occult practices, the US government. They're so dumb. They're so stupid. They need to have something on the back of the dollar bill. So what they put on it is just a little trail, a little hint of all the other things that, like, the people tied to whatever are tied to from the makers of. Everything is so dumb. All right, so like the Sumerians, whatever. Wait, what? That makes no sense. So like, I thought it was done after the Eight Kings. I didn't know there was this after it. It's like Gnosticism, whatever. I don't know. I've been like wasting time, whatever. Not really wasting time. All right, so like, did you know that the Bible has like 66 books? Isn't that funny? I mean, the Catholics, they were like, hey, we need to like make a Bible. How many books are gonna be in it? Hey, let's have 66 books. Oh, that's real funny. And like 66 is a big deal, whatever. And then like the Bible happens to have six, and then they picked 66 books, and they left out a bunch of other books. And then the other books they left out, they're not hidden. They're not like, well, lots of them were destroyed, but you can find most of them. Except they left out a bunch of books that like make other things credible or whatever. So like the Sumerians, whatever, they had like a flood, whatever, after like a certain amount of time, whatever. And it lines up with the Bible, whatever. And there's like a bunch of stuff that like the Bible is totally fucked with. It has been totally fucked with, but not like changed, just like fucked with. Like the meaning is still there, but it's been fucked. There's no way it has not been fucked with. In the 66 books in the Bible, they like very carefully selected certain books, whatever. And the books they left out of the Bible are like are books that say bad things about Satan or whatever. And like Gnosticism is like Alright, so like here's like a timeline, whatever. Let's say like this is like when man's created. And then Adam and Eve are separate from man. Because Adam and Eve are they're not man. Alright, so it says like God whatever made mankind in his own image. He made man and the woman, whatever. And then he made Adam or whatever. So Adam was separate from man. So people are like, oh, people must have fucking like incest. God's disgusting. He must have had incest. And like Adam must have fucking had sex with his wife and his children because it's incest. And then like Gnosticism. It's basically evil, whatever. It's terrible. So Genesis 1:27, it says like he made man, female, whatever. And then 2:7, and then Lord God formed blah blah blah. Where does it say Adam though? So I think God made Adam, and then he's like, there doesn't need to be female. And then Adam, like, he's still human, he's still man, except he's not of the group of the first people, whatever. He's like, I guess a king or whatever. And then he like made Eve from Adam, so she would be like the same kind of human that he is, but they're still human, whatever. They're just not of the first group, whatever. Because there's like ordering, there's structuring, there's separation in like in different texts or whatever. Yeah. And then like Gnosticism is like, what does that even mean? As if Chapa would even know. So this is tied to the groups that believe that Jesus wasn't Jesus, whatever. Alright, so like Earth or whatever. Let's say like this is Satan's rule. Or is it Satan or the devil, whatever the fuck you want to call him? So like free will, I used to think, well, like in college, whatever, it was like told like not knowing the decision of an outcome, whatever. A lot of professors thought that, whatever. So like, if you don't know the outcome of a choice, then it's free will. That's whatever. I think free will actually means like the will to pick between devil's reign or God's reign. It's like Gnosticism, whatever. Somewhere around this time, I guess. They had like giants, and like the giants would just like fucking eat people, just fucking consume people whole and like kill them. And a bunch of like disgusting shit, whatever. They like baby sacrifice. Just like a whole bunch of like disgusting shit. And then God's like, alright, gotta clean this shit up. So somewhere in here there's a flood, whatever. Like part of the cleanup process, whatever. Alright, so like Gnosticism says basically that God's like an evil God and he hates people and he's not really good. They're like, oh, if God loved everything and he gives everything chances, why would he cause a flood? God must be evil because he flooded and killed a bunch of horrible shit. And then they're like, if God loves everything, why would God kill the giants? The giants were consuming humans, just eating them. And like people were dying. Humans have souls, unlike other stuff. Why would God kill giants if they're part human? And why would he kill them in front of like the angels and make them watch him kill their giants? Why would God do that if he was such a loving God? Baby sacrifice. So like I haven't really heard an argument for baby sacrifice. I guess maybe the Gnostics would say like, hey, if God really loved people, he would let people sacrifice babies to like demigods, whatever, and then let people get rain for their fields. Because if God loved the people, he would love them more than the lives of the babies. Like, I would assume that would be an argument. I've never heard that, but like, because how the fuck do you argue that baby sacrifice is good? Well, I guess you could argue, like, oh, you save money because you don't have to take care of a baby. So, like, the Gnostics, they take, like, the viewpoint of, like, Satan or whatever. And it's like, oh, humans must have had to, like, breed with their own, like, freaking mothers, fathers, daughters to populate. And it's like, no. Not that that's disgusting. That's not okay, whatever. And there's other like books, other civilizations where like they all have accounts, whatever. Or they all like have like writings, whatever. And things overlap, whatever. And talks about the flood here, but doesn't give credit to God. It's like, hey, we're gonna ignore that because we don't believe in God. We're just like doing our own thing. And then things were flooded, and then I guess the history continues. I thought it ended there. I guess it goes on. So like the giants occurred under the devil's watch when they were watching over humans and had human baby angels, whatever the fuck it's called. And then God killed the giants because they were eating people and like ran out of people to eat. And right here it's like important distinction. Book of Enoch is not canonical in most Christianity. Alright, so like the Bible has like 66 books in it, right? The Catholic Church is like, hey, we need 66 books. Let's have 66 books for the Bible. 66. And of these 66 books, conveniently, Enoch was left out. So the giants, the baby sacrifices, a whole list of like disgusting shit, it's not in there. None of this shows up in the Bible. And the Bible references Enoch in like some other books. But surprisingly, they don't show up in the Bible because they're not important. I wonder why those books are not important. I wonder if it depends on who is the one that's like providing the story. So the Bible has like 66 books, okay? And it leaves out this. It just kind of gets like, where'd it go? Oh, don't think about it. It doesn't matter. And then the Gnostics come in. How the fuck do you even spell Gnostics? It's not, it's like all the freaking religions. They come in with their own stories. Stories that are not part of God's story. Because the Catholic Church is like, hey, we only need 66 books, and that's good enough. I mean, we're gonna have a Christian religion here. None of that other stuff matters, of course, right? None of it matters. Who cares about Satan and what he did? All that matters is that God is good and God wins, because the Bible is basically just win, 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 win. There is nowhere in the Bible that God loses, because God wins. That's what God does, is he wins. So the Bible is filled with all God's wins, and all this stuff is left out. And there's 66 books. And the Gnostics come in, they're like, hey, God's evil. He was killing fucking, like, he was just murdering giants. I mean, these giants, sure, they killed people, they did all this bad stuff. God ended, like, baby sacrifices. I've never heard an argument against that from the Gnostics, or not just like other religions, whatever. Because it has to be a division, it has to be an argument. Oh, like religion is like, damn. It is so fucking deep. It is like so fucking, there it is so complicated. And the Bible only having 66, and then specifically 66 books. You know how, like, the Bible, it's like, hey, when the rapture comes, we're going to be leaving the Bible behind for all the people after the rapture. I'm like 900,000 billion% sure that, like, we're the people after the rapture. There is no way we're not. There is no way we're not. Everything is so stupid. And then, like, America. All the little hints of, like, the little, like, watermarks, all the little, like, hey, from the makers of blah blah blah. It's so pathetic. Like, in the end, there's only one winner. It's gonna be God. So I don't know the point in even trying to, like, deceive people or, like, trick people, or, like, what's even the point? Why would you pick anything other than, like, the winner? Not just the winner, like oh my god, chatbot is so fucking stupid. Oh, this is so fucking not. This does not work. Alright, so like chatbot is fake, but also the search history, it's also fake. The whole thing is fake. How can everything be fake? This is so fake. Oh my god. Every fucking thing about this company is fake. Every single fucking thing is fake. The search is fake. The chatbot's fake. The AI is fake. The intelligence is fake. How it is so fake? Oh my god, everything is so fucking dumb. I gotta find one fucking thing. That's all I wanna find. Is this a picture? Oh, here it is. And text to speech is not gonna work. Testing, testing. Test is test. Testing, testing. Oh, it's almost working. Can I turn this on? Testing, testing. Oh my god, it's working.
The Catholic Bible has 73. Infallibly part of the canon, the Catholic Church claims to be infallible in matters of faith and morals. Infallible means free from the possibility of being wrong. The Catholic Church officially and infallibly declared the disputed 7 books to part of the Bible. If the Catholic Church was indeed infallible, then there's no point in further study because they can't be wrong.
Oh, everything's so stupid.
However, there's good reason to believe they aren't infallible. We look deeper into the question of the Catholic Church's infallibility.
The Catholic Church was like fucking sex trafficking. Everything has to be a joke. It has to be a joke. I mean, if it's not a joke, then what the fuck is even... What even?
Pope Leo XIV, while serving as a bishop, publicly encouraged victims to report abuse and rejected secrecy in an interview, though some critics have alleged that he mishandled cases during his tenure in Chiclayo. Debate has continued regarding the extent and framing of media coverage. Pope Benedict XVI implicated in report on sexual abuse in German, www. Why blamed? Benedict fought sex abuse more than past popes, www.denverpost.com. News, World News. January 1, 2023. As Cardinal and Pope, Benedict pushed through revolutionary changes to church law to make it easier to defrock predator priests, and he sacked hundreds of them.
He was literally blamed of sex abuse himself. There's nothing godly about the Catholic. No wonder, you know what? It says Protestant though. I don't even know what that is. Everything is so dumb. Alright, so I don't know, like... I need to get something done. And I'm stalling. I'm tired of programming. Alright, all stuff is left out of the Bible. I guess it's not on purpose because... I lost the webpage. Is it infallible or whatever the fuck the word is? Except the Catholic Church is perfect. So that wasn't on purpose. That all stuff's left out. So I used to think free will was like not knowing the outcome of a decision. But then, in the bigger picture, and then like in the Bible, whatever, it says like, in God's will be done or whatever. I think that's like the end of our prayer or whatever, because it's like God's will. So like God's will was to like end all the baby sacrificing. And the giants, because they're fucking eating people and just like a bunch of shit. And then that's not the devil's will. If anything, it'd be the devil's will to like accidentally leave out certain parts of the Bible so people could like waste time debating about it and then waste their time trying to like connect the dots. Because in the end, it doesn't really matter. There's only one winner. And like the people running these like cult groups or like fucking, what are they, masonries and shit, and the stupid like cults are so dumb. And the whole like putting symbols in public, like, you guys are fucking retarded. Literally the dumbest shit. And it's pointless. Because like, you have free will to pick whatever. You can pick one side or the other side. There's like a line between where the one side you think this is acceptable and it's okay, whatever. And there's this side where it's not acceptable and it's not okay. And it's that simple. In the Bible, it does have 66 books. That's not inconspicuous at all. At all. And the Gnosticism is able to make arguments about the Bible because the Bible doesn't even have those things. And it says like God's bad because he killed giants, he whatever, all stuff. It's hidden knowledge and all that, whatever. But in the end, there's winners and losers. And even though there's only like 66 books in the Bible, I mean, 66 books. What a point. There's free will. You can pick whichever you want. But if you pick the losing side, because there's only one winner in the end, whatever. Because there are sides. There's like a middle here. It's right and wrong. It's literally like so simple. So of the 66 books, freaking just documents a bunch of wins by God. And God doesn't even have a name. He's like fucking like I am from the fucking bush. He's like won't give himself a name. I think it's because he wants people to give him a name. And then you can name God whatever you want and say like, oh, he's the creator, he's a ruler. Or he's a good God, he's a bad God, you can give him a name. Which is why he doesn't have a name. Because he does have a name, except like, I don't know, whatever. But like, picking this side and like being on this team would be a really stupid thing to do. Like, what is... It's so stupid. There's only ever going to be one winner. It's fucking futile to even, like, attempt to diverge away and be like, hey, we're doing our own thing. It's stupid. It's so dumb. And then you're just like fucking with everyone else. And you call it like mass manipulation. You guys are fucking retarded. Like straight up retarded. God damn. Don't control jack shit. So like you get free will, whatever. Pick a side. But if you pick the wrong side, well, I don't think it's gonna end very well. And like a whole Bible of wins. 66 is such a. What are the odds? How do they make the Bible? And they're like, you know what? Let's have 66 books. So you get the free will to pick the wrong side if you want. It's not the wrong side though if you think it's like cool and stuff, if like baby sacrifice and just like immorality and like all these terrible things are cool. Then like I guess that's your side, whatever. Except in the end, whatever, it's like God's will, whatever. And that's always what like ends up trumping whatever. I won't bother with chatbot. Alright, so like oh, it's King James.
However, as all human beings do, you will die, and like other rulers, you will fall.
This is a different. Man, the interpretation doesn't make a difference, but it does. So like this stuff is like not on this side. That's what this side lacks. Man, the sound software on the Mac is so pathetic. It is. It's pathetic. How do you release a major operating system that's like fundamentally fucked? Test test. Testing. God, this is so. I need to get my operating system done. I cannot take this shit. Testing. Testing. Alright, text to speech, I'm not gonna try it again. I gotta restart this computer. It's designed by idiots. Alright, so this stuff is not on Satan's side. Defend the poor and fatherless, vindicate the afflicted and the poor, rescue the poor and the needy, delivering them from power of the wicked. They neither know nor understand, they walk about in the dark, while all the foundations of the earth are shaken. So when like baby sacrificing and giants and like human sacrifice is just the most like disgusting shit is like before God comes in and fucking floods it. That's like against God's will. So God's will is that. The opposite. That's this. This is God's will. So what happens is like God always wins whatever. So like these dumb cults and like the Freemasons, all these stupid like there's so many of them. It's stupid. It's pointless. It's dumb. Because like literally God doesn't lose. And I don't understand why people would pick to like manipulate the masses and like do all this stupid shit. It literally makes no sense. And I think this is where like God like kills some of the other gods. Because in the Bible, whatever, there's El, that's like the Council of Gods, and then the Catholics and whatever other like mainstream Christian, they're like, oh, there's only one God, or oh, it's a Trinity, where it's three in one. They come up with these stupid like, it's so complicated, and like it's ignorant to like say, oh, there is only one God, except it's more complicated. But it's not, but it is. It's really complicated. But to like tell the masses, I'm pretty sure 66 has something to do with it. You don't make a Bible for the mainstream and then get it being like the main circulated one and then intentionally have 66 books. That does not happen. That does not happen. Unless it's intentional. Unless it's a sign. A sign by some occult practice or group that's like, you know what? Let's leave a little hint. I mean, we gotta leave our fingerprints somewhere. We gotta let people know that we think we're running things. There's no way. Just as like India said, you are gods, and all of you are sons of the Most High. However, as all humans beings do, you will die, and like other rulers, you will fall. Arise, God, to judge the earth, for all the nations belong to you. And I think like they were like executed or whatever. So like this is a winning god. This is a god that wins. To pick this side is basically like it's retarded as like how fucking stupid could you be? Like how dumb. It is so all right. Like everything is so dumb. Man, chatbot is dumb. Oh, chatbot is so dumb. Is it a zeal? So a zeal. Make swords, weapons, shields, cosmetics, bound, desert, till the judgment. Alright, is the zeal released for the little season? So later traditions merge. Satan, Lucifer, Serpent, Watcher, Zeal as Satan. Or it's like the Book of Enoch, whatever. The fallen angels, they were like terrified of God's judgment, because they're like, oh fuck, we're fucked. It's like the Watchers, whatever, panic, mourn, ask Enoch to intercede, whatever. Oh, petition, that's word. It's like the fallen angels, whatever. So like some of this stuff overlaps with the Garden of Eden, and it's like really confusing if you like look up other stuff other than that's in the Bible, because it's like left out, not conveniently, but like it's just not in the Bible. Even though it's part of other Bibles, but not in the one with 66 books. It's like the fallen angels are. Alright, so like in Gnosticism and other people argue like, oh, religion's not real. It's like, why would God give Adam and Eve the chance to like make a mistake or make a sin? It's like Watchers descend to Earth. I thought they were casted. Did they just like fucking leave? Wow, they're fucking retarded. That is so dumb. So like Gnosticism, all the other religions, they're like, why would God put man in a position where he's gonna fucking eat from the tree and make a mistake? Well, because these stupid fucks, they showed up to fucking crash the party. And they just want to have some fun. They just wanted giants, and they want to like sacrifice babies, because that's apparently a fun time. Well, you know what? God is kind of like the god of war. forgot to be like, you are all gods, blah blah blah, and then you're gonna die like humans. That's pretty fucking savage. So I guess like death, murdering, it's kind of like a thing. Except he's a good god because he's like defend the poor, fatherless, vindicate, blah blah blah. So this god, Yahweh, I guess, whatever you want to call him, the burning bush god, whatever. I am. This god is a freaking like tough motherfucker. Doesn't lose. And he has morals. Except Satan and fucking they're tough motherfuckers too. And these people on this side, they see nothing wrong with fucking baby sacrifice. So I don't know, whatever. Everything is so dumb. And we have like the dumbest people. The most idiotic cults. Leaving their little signs, their little marks, they're like, hey, just so you know we're still here. Just the dumbest. There's no way that happens on accident. That's like find 66 books exactly, so it's 66. This half of like free will, I guess, whatever you want to call it, it's dumb as hell. Like, oh my god, that's so stupid. Everything's so dumb. I could like restart this computer. I need some more caffeine. I need to stop stalling and get something done. Well, I was thinking, trying to figure stuff out, so it's not really stalling. Everything's fucking retarded. If it's not retarded, then why is chatbot fake? Why is it not real? If everything's not retarded, why do I have to restart my 64-bit computer in 2026 because the sound isn't working? If everything's not retarded, how the fuck are there 66 Bible books in the Bible when 66 is clearly the fucking devil? If everything's not, everything is fucking retarded. Like straight up fucking retarded. It is so slow. Yeah, I don't know what you're watching. If you're still watching, I don't know, yeah. I need to get programming done. Do I need this? When I open Sublime, it kills the sound. How's this not open spline? Alright, I need to get something done. Everything's retarded. Including your mom. I need to, like, trigger as many people as possible. That's my goal. Just trigger everyone. Talk about all the topics. Uncomfortable, comfortable. I don't care. It's all part of the process. Because everything's retarded. And, like, everything's, like, pointless. Unless there's a point. pointless, it says. So, like, I don't know. Everything's retarded and pointless. Unless this is like the goal.
Defend the poor and the fatherless, vindicate the afflicted and the poor, rescue the poor and the needy, delivering them from the power of the wicked. They neither know nor understand. They walk about in the dark, while all the foundations of the earth are shaken.
If that's not the goal, then it's all pointless. And like Google, they missed the goal a long time ago.
Ye Google removed Don't Be Evil. In 2018, Google removed its original motto from the preface of its code of conduct but retained it in the last sentence.
So Google outsources, like China slave labor, prisoners, whatever, prisoners of war. And you can't say, don't be evil when you're beating a slave, when they're making a fucking phone. So you gotta change it to like, do the right thing. So then when you're beating a slave, you can be like, hey, do the right thing, make the damn phone, as you get beat to death. So Google, and then Microsoft too. If there's like sides, they're on the wrong side.
Defend the poor and the fatherless, vindicate the afflicted and the poor, rescue the poor and the needy, delivering them from the power of the wicked. They neither know nor understand. They walk about in the dark, while all the foundations of the earth are shaken.
So everything is pointless. Everything's pointless. Like literally, what's the point? The economy, the ecosystem, it's so fucked. Because these stupid fucks, they're so stupid. Oh, it's so dumb. Gotta get stuff done so things change. This is pointless. Everything's pointless. And nothing's gonna change. Because everyone's fucking retarded. They sit around, they're like, oh, this is great, websites, freaking $1 billion. Oh, this makes total sense. Let's keep this supported for the next 1,000 years. Let's have people pay how much money for a website? Oh, let's just spend the next like fucking 4 months making a basic web page they can interact with. It makes no sense at all to like fucking reset, make a whole new system. Let's all just fucking like... Man, the manipulation is heavy. I mean, to trick a whole like fucking like... so many people into doing the same old, collect data, sell it, and be like, hey, it's fine, it's cool. We're not really doing anything wrong. Give people free shit when it's not really free. Oh, everything's so dumb. It's fucking evil. And retarded. Because it only lasts for so long. I gotta get this done. Like religion, whatever, if you want to like find something, you gotta like go so deep to look into every single, and it is so complicated. It is ridiculous. But I'll do that later, and I get something done. This programming is garbage. So I gotta undo all this stuff and then get going. So here, all right. So the loop enters. Let's go back to this topic. I gotta get something done. Oh, I'm so funny. All right, so like, I need to stop stalling. I gotta set the initial state to the frame. And then I still didn't decide. I'm trying to pick what will be the minimal amount of code and headache. And I'm still not sure, so I'm just gonna start typing and then figure it out. And whatever it is what it is. This is so boring. I need to rename this from cake. Calling it cake is stupid. I don't want to call it a stack. Because calling it a stack when it's a stack is like calling a dog a dog. Trident gum has layers. Except trident gum, that's a lot to type. You know what? I'm gonna do that. I call it trident gum. Wait, is that even the saying? Oh, I think it's like you pay in layers. You know what? I don't know, whatever. Well, it says layers right there, so it's like a stack. So I'm gonna call it trident gum. How the hell do you spell trident? Oh, it's a spear. Is that how you spell trident? Alright, so I'm gonna rename cake to trident gum. And that's my stack. Calling it trident gum. Because cake is weird. And so is trident gum. But I gotta name it something. I could name it your mom. You know what? Well, no, that's kind of wrong. They'd be like, call like push, push your mom, or like pop, to pop it from the stack. So that's kind of weird. I'll just do trident gum. Because there's layers, and you push to a trident gum layer, and then you pop from trident gum layer. Oh, this is so boring. So boring. I would rather be looking up random ass history on religion or like other anything else. Because this is boring. Alright, so like get first default frame off the trident gum stack after it has been set default values. Mainly the state and bind, and then match. And I'm matching these two. For now, and then I'll do it more complicated where it does like a bunch of them in stacks and stuff. And I already tried to like plan ahead, and I hit a dead end. So I gotta switch it up at some point. So I'm gonna get this in place first. And every single choice is gonna suck. Every single one. I want to keep it stupid simple. I want a single table. And it's not that simple now. So I'm going to stop stalling and get something done. I've said that like 20 times. I need to get this done. And then I can make the nodes and parse it and then attach it to, or finish setting up stupid time scheduler. Man, this is awesome. I like, I say, because I do, but I do have a JavaScript engine. And it's like faster than Chrome, like way faster. And then I'm like, oh, I got a time scheduler, it's like really fast. And I'm like, oh, and I can write assembly too. Oh, and I can do this too. And I didn't really like prove any of it yet. And it could be like taken as like, oh, he's totally lying. Oh, that's so funny. What is it, like don't prove yourself, whatever. Yeah. I got nothing to prove. I'm gonna like prove to believe the opposite. And then whatever. And then when I like exceed expectations, it'll be like, oh fuck. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh, everything's so boring. I need to like pretend to sabotage myself because it's so fucking boring. Oh my god, everything is so boring. I'm gonna save it back up and then get the first trident gum stuff, stack stuff running. And then I'm just gonna make a choice and get it done. And try to like keep it as minimal as possible. Because I need to be flexible for other languages. It needs to be a table, but like, yeah. I want to get this done because I want to freaking benchmark stuff. I want to see if I can beat Unity and Unreal Engine, time scheduler wise. And then I have a bunch of like stuff I want to try that I can't do in current engines because they're trash. So like the BRB screen, at some point it says times relative. So like the whole time thing, I really don't give a fuck if people think there's some weird thing with time or like, oh, he's got this weird thing about time. I don't care. It's just a stupid saying. The things that people make up, if you give them like a little bit of rope, they just like they run around, have at it, and it's like, god damn. Well, it depends on if they're toxic or not. Oh, toxic people are the worst. Or let's say like the computer's running, and you're rendering a game, and you're rendering like oh wait, no, what was it? Right, that's like a classic waterfall. Why is that not the same image? The heck? God damn. You know what? I'm just gonna. Alright, zoom in here. I don't think this is even it. Alright, whatever it is. Let's say you're playing a game and it takes time to compute. For whatever reason, they like waste resources and they're like, hey, let's do like a really dramatic waterfall opening where it does like all this stuff that's rendered at game time. And like the waterfall is gonna open or whatever. And let's say it takes like a certain amount of time. And the computer you're on isn't fast enough. So let's say like the computer that is running is like is half as fast as it needs to be. So it's 2 times too slow. So it needs to like render the waterfall. in real time, because for whatever reason, like the people that set up the game, they're like, hey, we want to like render it at real time. We have all this complex stuff, and it somehow saves memory to not pre-compute it, and we don't want to do a video. We want like a 3D scene. So let's say like it's not going to be able to run on the computer. On the computer that's running because the computer is too slow to handle the game. And it's like it'll take 2 times longer than it actually does, which means that the game would like be choppy or like slow-mo. So what you could do is like buffer time and then let 2 seconds pass and then play it back in 1 second. Well, like the waterfall opening is not 2 seconds, maybe like 20 seconds. All right, if you let this much time pass when it should take 10 seconds. I think technically you could wait 10 seconds and then do the second half so you buffer 10 seconds or whatever. So the game, let's say like the game's like a loading menu or something and it's black screen and then it waits 10 seconds. And then it starts and it plays back this 10 seconds. This 10 seconds as this 10 seconds is being rendered. So it waits half the time of the total time. So like then shitty computers would be able, I'm assuming, it totally depends on how it's being rendered and all that shit. But in this case, whatever, then shitty computers would be able to like do the whole like waterfall scene, whatever, if they have enough memory and they can buffer beforehand as it renders the output with a little with like delay, whatever. But if it's planned and it's intentional, you could like delay it the time, whatever. All right. All right. So like based off that, if this takes a total amount of time, and the engine is like really efficient and it like guarantees that it's always gonna be a certain amount of work to do, and it's known how slow it is even though it's not fast enough. If you have like a multiplier, whatever, of like how much, I guess, like latency to keep up with real time that it's currently at for the whole scene overall. Then technically it would be possible to like have a character in the game and then multiply things around the character. So like the further away from the character, the higher the amount of like delay or whatever. It's like that too, I guess. If it's 2 times slower, I guess like 0.5 maybe or something. I'll just do like percentage, whatever. So like, if there's a total amount of like slowdown that is gonna occur for sure, It's guaranteed it can't keep up, but it could buffer stuff. And it's not like something you interact with if it's like a dynamic scene, whatever. It could interact with stuff, but like that's like, yeah. Alright, so basically I wanna test if like if you like distribute it where there's like I guess 10 steps, percentages, whatever. Alright, this goes to like 100. Alright, so if you intentionally set it up where like the character gets like 0.10% delay, because there's going to be some kind of delay. But if you set it up so like it scales outwards and multiplies the amount of like temporal delay, or things that are like next to the character but not within the character's like domain, like not like exactly next to the character, like outside the character. Make those things at like 0.20 delay. And everything past that like 30, 40, 50 delay. And then you can like distribute the time on like a sliding scale and know the total amount of time of like possible lag. And then like pause the game, whatever. Have like a pause screen, whatever. Or like a loading screen. And then pause the game for like the first like 10 seconds on purpose. Because it's loading, it's like pre-buffering the stuff. So basically all of it would be pre-buffered to an extent. Except if it's a known amount of slowdown. It should be possible to like split it up and then yeah, I want to like test that and I can't do that in the current shit. They have a stupid time scheduler. And then this is kind of like add on to this. And this is already complicated. So I want to test this. This is more exciting than working on this stupid freaking parser. It's not worth chatbotting. Yeah. This is fun stuff. This is not fun. I need this to be done so I can get to the fun stuff. It's not fun at all. It needs to be faster. Well, not this part. The engine part, whatever. I need to focus and get done. I hate everything. Everything fucking sucks. And this is so boring. Everybody makes parsers. So boring. So I have a grammar table that specifies the language rules for each grammar type. Oh, I'm tired of this. How do I spell grammar wrong? I've been so careful to not spell it the wrong way. And then I did. So we got the handle that has trident gum, and then trident gum contains frames. And the grammar is part of the handle because it's like the language. The trident gum holds the stack because it's layers, and the frame is the layer. Do I rename this to stick? Like a stick of gum? You know what? I'm not gonna. I probably should. Or call this just trident. And this one just gum. Trident package. And then gum stick. Or just leave it. Leave it how it is. Now I want some gum. So the grammar has the tokens defined for each language for the scope or whatever. So if, else, if, whatever, all the keywords, whatever. And I'll set it up to just raycast, find all of them. I was gonna do chunks, but I might as well just do all. And then sort it out. Alright, so like, if there's text before the scope, if I have a call, like start a message, start a block, end a message. If it's a message that also has a block, they're in the same, like, item, whatever. So do I need another call for that specifically? And if I do, then I have like 4 more states. Maybe not 4. In this case, it's impossible. Yes, it is. I gotta figure out where to like break the logic into parts. As like separate parts. Without breaking it. Because stupid recast. All the characters. It's gonna match every symbol on the table. And talking this through is not helping. I think I just gotta type it up and do it. And then mess something up and then fix it. So this is the symbols of the table. It's an array cast, find all these. So it'll be a list or whatever of each symbol in the table, along with the index it was found at in the file. So if this is found at like 10 from whatever position it's at, and these are not found, then they're -1 because they're not found. Then when it runs the current state, whatever, all that stuff, oh, this is annoying. So this is a result of the raycast, and the raycast result needs to be passed in to make a node in the tree, and it's a node, and it's to be a text node with a block, or it's going to be just a text node, or it's going to be a text node with a closing, or it's going to be a text code with no closing if it's an error, or it's going to be a text node with, or just a block with no text before it. So the closest one, the closest match, I guess is 10 in this case. So that is what is passed into the grammar table, is this. I need the defaults to be set to the first frame for the state and then the binding, because in the grammar table that would be passed in and then it would check this state and binding. And if it doesn't find it, it's sent to fall through until it hits here. I don't like the fall through. I don't want to like define every possible. Damn. And then the fall through defeats the point of but it doesn't. I need to like separate logically with minimal complexity and in a way that keeps how I have it. Because if I can get a table where it's like a grouping and then you just change which grouping it points to on the next pass, it's like really flexible and it's like minimal. If I gotta like define every possible outcome and then every possible non-outcome for every possible outcome and non-outcome, that makes this table really fucking big. So I get back to this end. I'll get this set up first, I guess, because I don't know where to start. Because every choice is gonna suck. So I'll set this up first. To find the characters, recast, whatever. Put them in a freaking list and order them from closest to furthest, or if not found. Yeah. I'm gonna stand track and I need more caffeine. I thought I had like, it's way more complicated. I'm oversimplifying it. I probably need to make it more complicated. If I do, I'm just gonna do that. It's just annoying. Oh, I hate parsing. It's freaking stupid. it's like index is like 20 or whatever. I could like save the last table and subtract 20 from the matches. And if it ends up negative, then it means I gotta like search for it again. And if not, like here, it's like what, like 30 something? Whatever, 30. And then like 80 or I don't fucking care. Then these I don't have to do a search for, but this one I do. Because the position's greater than the last found. And then I can skip searching for things that then I don't have to like call it every single time and every single one. I don't know, yeah. I gotta like set this up. So boring, so fucking boring. I need to convert this to like assembly and C language after. So I'm trying to like structure it in a way that I can do that easier. So I'm gonna like find the index of in a separate loop from the sorting loop. Because how the cache works, well, that's like a mystery or like magical. No one understands it. That's why everything's so damn slow. But separating it into like two separate parts, even though it's two separate loops, will utilize the cache more or better. So I'll do the index of, define the index separate, and I'll do all those one loop. I'm not gonna bother to like compare and check if it found it before or at the current position for now. Just fucking current position, recast or whatever, find the chars. Its index is -1 or non-1 if found after the index passed in to find from. And then a loop. If it's not -1, it doesn't continue, it falls through. Oh, this is so boring. Sets to the current top of the stack, not the stack, the array of matches. Based off RBX, which is 0 initially. And then it's incremented here as like whatever the count. And it's only incremented on match. So the first entry is V0. It's post increment. So if 0, don't enter. But then always set this. Always store to the end of the array the position within the grammar library matches. So I'm saving the index within it, not the actual symbol or the position, because it's like, then I need two separate arrays. So it does this check here. And this is so boring and plain and basic and simple and boring. And then this will convert to assembly very, very easily. Replace these with moves. It's freaking simple as fuck. It's not even optimal, but it'll still end up being faster than JavaScript. I'm gonna fucking level big tech. The fucking leveler. Oh, so fucked. Unless they can make like something that can compete software wise. Which it's not possible. They don't know what a cache is. Because they're retarded. At Google. Fucking retards. And then you look to Google for like, oh, I want to make a website. I'm gonna look up who knows how to make websites. Oh, it's Google. They're the tech people. No, they're fucking retarded.
The place to get info. Like, is Google the know-all when it comes to web design and stuff, and they are not retarded?
They must not be. I mean, they run freaking. How big is their company? They're not retarded. No. No way.
Google huge. Not know-all. Best web design info equals many sources. Good places.
So chatbot's being very careful with its response.
Google engineers smart. But big companies still make bad products sometimes. Best move equals learn fundamentals, not worship one company.
Like, name one product where Google doesn't fuck over the customer. Like one. Like one. Or the people developing for the product. Oh, they fuck over the customer and they fuck over the developer. In the music industry, when do they not fuck over the artists? Oh wait, they do.
Make bad products sometimes.
They've never made a good product. They just absorbed companies that actually did make products and then they fucked it up. They're slow as hell, fucking dumb. Oh my god, I hate JavaScript. I hate web design. Holy fuck. Alright, so loops, checks, puts at the end whenever it's the character before it or the match. Whenever it is less than the current one at the end, it'll stop looping and break. So it'll shuffle things from the end to the start. There's way better ways to do this. I'm trying really hard to not actually optimize things. I just need to get it running. Because optimizing in C language or JavaScript is a waste of time. Like, why fucking support a broken system that fucks everyone over? We could make a new one. Well, you can't, because you must be retarded. That doesn't mean I'm not. I'll take the whole fucking table when I win. The entire thing. All of it. Oh, I could get this done. Alright, so after this, I will have a sorted list from min to furthest of all the characters of interest in the grammar table. And I'll put this in a function when it's running and call it like recast or whatever. And I've been back and forth, back and forth. I just gotta like connect all these stupid parts and then I'm done. And then no more back and forth and it's done. So this goes here, and then that'll find the character. I gotta get the stack. I still have to do that. I freaking don't know where to freaking start or continue because there's so many things to do. So the stack, whatever. It needs to do the initial push or whatever. I also need to check if the minimum, the closest thing is inside whatever current state binding match there is. And then I call this, or these, whatever. So the min is here. In the grammar table, at the state and the binding of it. Then eventually get to this, which won't actually be eventually very long. If I keep stalling, then yes. So I need to stop stalling. It's part of the process. Typing less, thinking more. I need more caffeine. They get past in there, and then it's fun and games with like matching the state and pushing the new layer or stack, and then adjusting a counter. And it's like a funky counter. I'm doing +2. And then using the bottom bit as like a separate value to indicate the, yeah. Yes, yeah. So this and this. This could not be any more boring. At all. In any way. No. This is so boring. Smear campaigns are brutal. I mean, like, brutal. It'd be like fucking impossible to smear campaign me at this point. Making a fool of myself while also actually being serious. Impossible. Yeah, I gotta get this done. This is a, I don't know, Google search.
A lexical analyzer, often called a lexer or scanner, is the first phase of a compiler or interpreter. It reads raw source code character by character and translates it into meaningful chunks called tokens. For example, keywords, identifiers, operators, and literals, while discarding irrelevant elements like white space and comments.
So, like, I don't know. That's like the gist of it, whatever. I need to get the chat on the screen, but whatever. I gotta find the stupid app or a plugin that merges the stupid Twitch and YouTube. That's a distraction. So not no. Oh, this is so boring. So like it pushes the frames, but it doesn't necessarily like pop the frame. Because I need to like keep it on the stack. Well, that's annoying. I'm gonna have to like pop it off the stack and then assign it to the top of the stack as an item of that stack. This program is absolute just garbage. It's 2026. How the fuck is a clipboard leaking into the program? Like how? Does nobody know how to make a parser? Like for fuck's sake. And the clipboard is the dumbest concept ever. Apparently not. Because this happens. Oh, now it like changed. It's like, oh shit. There's some like, it's exposing code. Let's like override it with like a generic message. Because like the internals of the program are being exposed because it runs off JavaScript. So like the stack stacks, and when it pops off the stack, this thing is going to be appended to the thing it popped off from. Like this. And then there's another thing that stacks. And hits the end of it. It's meant to pop it off. Grab it and then put it on here. Well, that's just confusing. You know what? I'm done for now. Streams at like 11 hours. Everything is garbage. Just everything. Everything is trash. I'll pick up on this later. Peace. Is the desktop capture not working? Oh, there it is.